Dobra, posledné Post-Shadowbringers. 9 questov. Takže počítam, že o 6 máme hotové. Good news, you tenkrát the new ranger have finished the tour for Gremland and are on the way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the tower from Alliance, I'm hoping that they might be able to share some light on things. They are due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say. Tak daj. A welcoming party, you needn't have gone to trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Presne tak. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolations, I myself was a little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alice, Kara, and you. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, it hasn't been all tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step forward, finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Thought I can't help noticing that we are one ranger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Raban and the others of how the lands lie in Gremland. Then happy you would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Liz said. Was in fact devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met there and Eddie hands of Zenos and Van Daniel? Perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has plunged into deadly silence with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with a throng of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform. Transform into what? Shit. That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Ranger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of it in the mind, Magitech in other words. It is unvarying as said the artifice was. It was nothing next to the site of its buildings. They swarmed at the place like many insects working with the Nari word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take niečo. Omylom som to preklikol. If Van Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to people of Gremland? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Ranger. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Rabhana is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the tower, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave the task? You must be very from your mission. Retire. No, I'm fine. The towers have been no mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stand and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Krill. We will not all attend. Okay. Tak se nezúčastníme všetci. Very well, I suggest that the rest of us make our way out. Let me go forward with the sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with the ranger before the meeting. Tak ide sa. Girbanie alla miganko otras. Mod request? To the Doomsday. Ranger. My friends, much and more I have heard of your travels in our absence. Heard the night that I'm to see you all hell and woe. Yes, are we to see you safely returning from your mission, Ranger? I trust that Encrad made you feel welcome. Well, if it isn't Alfin out, then he's very band. Lacerus. Menoč, ktorého som už zapínal. Arenwald, whatever are you doing here? Oh, sorry. Who's to stay? This isn't part of it. But enough about that. Good. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you would have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, and you are well aware. And may I remind you that we LSN are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Aurochs suggests yourself will crane your neck and meet my eyes. Vlastne áno, však keď sa pozriem na Orangera. It was not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrow my boyish proportions. Thought Menobrai buried that towered over me nonetheless. Renwald brings out the best in Alfino, doesn't he? Yeah, they both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So, what exactly brings you here? For Dola mostly. Yeah, we need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Yeah, I would give you that impressions. Actually, tell me later. You have got a meeting to go to. I will see you afterwards. All right? Okay. All right. Chceli kecať s Oriangerom, ak kecali s Arenwaldom. If Riddle is going with him, that must mean he's free. My pleasure, as Arenwald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting crowd and let us be out about it.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale. much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever
That's a
and
long
wherever
cycle.
it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
No powiedz, co się tam stało wtedy.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
No nebuď taký prekvapený, to sa dalo čakať.
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
What about my blessing?
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
Zrejno sebe.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Jemand štít. Now that is out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial head anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Paglthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a Scion's lot in life.
I do.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
Yes, the problem is they are counting on me. So let's give it all. Out all. Give it all. Give it out all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Bonanza, to je ta naša loďka nová.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Awesome. So Estina was bound over Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. Here be dragon! Dragons. All present good, let us split up and search first in the end. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around at the open spaces. The squares and the markets are... and hot not. Čo to kurva je? Hot not. Čo už? Aha, čo už, okej. Čo už, hot not, čo už. You and you can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well, let's reconvene the airship landing later with or without the scene. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congressions. Lucia may well have heard the news from our new friend to return, okay? Lucia Serus. Good evening to you. We're of late, Lord America is sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Lamigo, so I get that you have not come in search of him. So what then do we own the pleasure of your visit? Estonian too, yeah. I see. No, we weren't. No, we were not aware. Sir Estonian had returned to his father, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he please. Mayhap he came seeking in audience with the Lord America only to find him absent. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Takže ma poslala, že mám ísť na tvoj airship teda. Aha. Presne ako bola dohoda. Karahnutý.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Jaký mimazný. Že si dvojčata.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald. Huh, good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
Ja prostě podpikuju se vždycky.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation?
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
Prasa pozrie vždycky na tu mašličku vzadu.
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
Blunt? Tupý? Jo, tupý. Jo, to už jsme nazvali Zla. It's been quite some time since I last tested food in Azula, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Alas, not we had no cause to set foot here in Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, this is a person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face, the Vendetta Tiamat. Even now she remains a prisoner of elementary Empire. Počkej, nie je to ten drak? Ah, yes, you're a friend of her father. I too have met the Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to close, I came here to speak with her. A Birma who had fought her own war against a man in another age. I wished to know if she had harbored thoughts of vengeance and ask as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut bones on undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel these emotions as my own. And I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. The mother is this way. No počkajte, však to už som v beta kvadráte, ne? To tak. Jo, to čo bol ten drak zapečatený, to si pamätám. Ale len tak zriedka, ale pamätám. Ale čo, koľko je to ľudí? My sir, mortal companion, what breed the Becker? It is consequence place, child of man.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
That my sins should be repeated. His sins not a faintness stirring. Yes, to who could have called him forth, I know of no one save a dragon of Maricida, our children. They conclaimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they began to form the elegant dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Yes, the dragons of Marsidia are at the mercy of this asylum. There can be no other explanation. Accursed oceans, vile minerals of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom and their dignity. Are they no depths to which you will not stop? Swoop.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering, but tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What does the toe have from me, slayer of dragons? Skipuj, však magam.
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Jsem se naštval. For free evidence for the insolent of its power, but word shall have to suffice. Recall mortals that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who content with the consequence dwell, be ignorant of the consequences.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, as a dragon slayer, and he will tell the power we offer the first broad wield. Were I to lose myself today, Con's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speak to in earnest.
There is no future for those bound to the past.
Earnest.
That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends. To lie Bahamut's memory at rest. When a Roman star faced annihilation, hide the linen, granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I own to Heidelin, and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of men. While proxies have been shown to be efficient in curing the temperate, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far larger and immeasurable more power than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose that we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can indeed. The Alagans kept detailing records on all of their noble captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. No, didn't you hear well enough, but not you. Are you certainly ready to see this so? True? Ratsasum Saristin Estonian, that I'm both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star. Thought that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. Well, I do not claim to know all of her sorrow. I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I understood how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver soul. Then I'm to make me take the first step toward the bright future. And now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales of a pot of Potter's famous tea. And be indebted to her for olives and hot waters? I think no. I see, I'm returning swiftly to task at hand then. Resigns are locked in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes, we're familiar with it. The aerochemical reactor facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Salusima. Which you just happened to be carried around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd to explain Rambroad's. Orianger and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories but traits and certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should be operated to test the opportunities arise. As for the use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit the notes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It's in sport, try at least. Agreed, we will take good care of it. To the flagship then. Čo, skoro budeš slobodná, neboj sa. Toto je tretí quest. Retros Ignition. Jo, to je tretí quest, takže ešte 6. 7 s tým. Let us split up and search the flagship for the nodes that controls Tiamat restraints. But should you find the likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should convince and compare nodes prior to proceeding. Okay. Špinks. Tohto Špinksa by som si chcel vyskúšať. Lol. Dobre, ja hľadám notku. Alebo notky. The friction between metallic components detected temperature increasing critical. Please replace damage part or retreat to the safe distance. Ja tuto vidím druhú. A tretia bola hore, ok. Running Shuttle Dragon Restaurant maintenance due in 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled spaceman release. To ste pokazané. Darling with the Delta Quadrant broke, possibly causing through the interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. I'm afraid this and I have little to show for our effort. Did you find anything? toto. Spontaneously you say, well, that doesn't sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. Oh, to co nieco. It was a Hiram being, you say, very well, let us take a closer look. Ja som tam dal double click. Do you wish to operate the dragon recruitment mechanism? Do not have to requisite access privilege. Operation of the dragon recruitment mechanism may only be undertaken by the chief technology and the members of the royal family. Or it has a bit vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. News are detected, biometric authentified. Authentication complete. User is a member of royal family. Please stay your name. Welcome, Hobby. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Unable to design a return of specimen the system update is required. Okay, update system update. What do you suppose it is asking of us? Now that I do understand, you can go first. Casually detected initial link guidance program. In order to operate restraint mechanism, require access to the central control system. However, I'm unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be solved by applying the system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. Ďakujeme za informáciu. So can this thing release right or not? It can, but only once it has reserved requisite system update as far as I can tell. Until which time I will float the responding saving nonsense. User, this defection detected initial link fluctuation protocols. I'm here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step on the system update process. How grievingly, but I dare say we will fare better with the guidance than without it. Decline, čo by to spravilo. Ešte možno by to iba skiplo a vrátilo späť. Guiding user to terminal this way, please. Toto veľké? No. Nie? Na druhej strane to veľké. Čau. No idem. Nevím, jak se to tam išlo. Toto? Je. Aha, tu mám. Central Central System is presently employing a software version. You ask the version you're employing. Software registry for Corsair. Error detected in data management system. Eliminated estimated time required to update pages 1 day. What? That is all rather long that we're hoping aren't there any other options. For instance, using the terminal operated terminal DMS restraint instead. Please bear in mind, however, that the procedure may have changed as the result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much as long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies. I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we have made any progress. I would say so, yes, it does. However, required that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link once I'm ready to release the shackles. It might be the best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return into the Grahdia once this is over. Just a little more work and the man will be free. Yeah, but before we go any further, there is something I would know. The Tiamat and her kin fought against the Elegant Empire. Both sides were but dancing to the tune of Asians, and it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and the dragon from the shadows. All the Asians touchstones as tools have you made in your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with the fun, Daniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? I see little point in reasoning with the average, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that is the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world host? Far from it, that has ever been your way, as I learned when I journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who your companion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come the time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Elfinaut has pink in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Opäť sme sa v podstate vrátili do prvej onej. Do prvej, do druhej, tak. Nevíš, ale v podstate to je štvrtý quest. Ja, toto je štvrtý quest za hodinku. Nice. Ale rýchlo čítam, neviem proste dneska, teraz mi to ide, ráno by som bol taký taký nesvoj, neviem. Peasant told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of stone with him. I take it from Alvin out absence that he's needed elsewhere. Tak. Ten terminál upravuje alebo ťahá update. Well, that's all sound rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to notes, Kraha and I were learning as much as we could about the human condition. Our guarding readings confirmed that territorial balance leans strongly toward the umbrella, as was the seas with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difference lies in the sheer quantity of it with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will irreversibly be required if we are to reverse the effect of the tempering completely. Meaning I will need all that I can get. Thank you in advance. All throughout this interview will ask much of us. We do have one reason to be optimistic, namely that Tiamat shows no sign of factional devotion. Suggesting a milder cease of tempering that's offered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as a equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it is very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to this will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alfin how to disengage the restraints either dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Wait. Such warmth, the frost that showed on my soul, that being how. But what are these visions of the long forgotten of war with the men of Aleg? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her souls to this pretempted state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? So, if so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. You should trust you, speak to her, ask her to tell you of this time past. Wicked bloodthirsty creatures, not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to mercy. our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wings in search of place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mercidia by the children of men, thought many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating, this correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar Rusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent toward the end of the Second Era, Astral Era, correctly the Vodipri. If only she were with us to hear the tale from the Timian herself. Again, Angela. Then first the children of men arrived on our shores. No food did they set in those place over which we held domination, such was their fear of Dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren. They divided the vast land amongst themselves. The time they know peace and prosperity. But as the numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, men found man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entrusted us to intercede in their conflict. Bahamut agreed, and with him, presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. OK, mali proste bitky medzi sebou a požiadali Bahamuta. Alas, those golden days of harmony were fated to end, for the man of elegance slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, ended the envenomed words of the Asians. The rest thou knows only too well. No to już poznam. But the ritual doesn't have to end there. When you are free, you will rid the world of the Asians together. We will rid together, okay? And you and your beloved will have justice. Final sentiments, fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I will keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Keep going, Alisei, the magic is working. While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient who prepared me for setting a great burn. But we're close, I can feel it, and while I have only got a few more drops of it left to give, with yours and Garaha's, that will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
No! I'm almost... This is it, Angelo!
Yes, I felt it at the concrete crowd's peak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Jakie się to mam pilot? No powiedz nam. Transform me this children of my back and my kind red be safe in like Mars.
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
What's any salvation? Should the hurricane onto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. I better to die than will cess to all of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Oh, hasta my gratitude, one.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
No die.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Shadowbringery mali tyto biele efekty strašně moc rádi asi, že? Bohače. Zelený! Bahamut my beloved. For vengeance and atonement arise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Zabij jak drakon na drakowi. Nie, takie ono, no. Well, I'm sure desperate to join us in Tiamin in battle. Would be wiser to gather up a full strength of the sense first. The foe we face demands no less. A my čekám. Toto by mal byť dungeon a v podstate už iba 3. Ne 2 dokopal. No, dobre. Či? Hej, 2. To je 5-5 a potom bude 5-5-5. I have already sent words to the other server and others in Uldach at the Halls of Flames. Let us collect Alfin out and be on our way. Určite mám ísť pre ňo, nie? Ja, stihol som to bez toho questa akceptovať. No, I know some of you could do Statue of Liberty, Socha Slobody. I know some of you could do with the arrest, but I'm sorry to say that Tel Oroy have other plans. Pra is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defense effort, with the Marshal Tarupin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultan would respond. It is good to hear that Uldach has not abandoned Amalja. Abandon them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Nie, to... A nie, to papali... Nie. Your Grace. Marshal Tarup had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of inventions. Nor is Uldach alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Plagued Hold. Yet, even with our combined strength, we shall be thoroughly tested. For we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Damn children. Yeah, man. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are green. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Major show any sign of tempering. Strange, what a primal would turn down a chance to claim new trials. Hyštola tam bola, to som si nevšimol. Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wanted to serve a Master Alliance or whatever. It may well be that the Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manners from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could find him, and you and others like her wouldn't have the shoulder to burden all or by that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, of whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the science, however, I believe they may fare rather better, assuming that is when you're ready to make the field. An airship waits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. Takže nás tam zabralo, to dobré. Meanwhile, Shall continue to coordinate our forces till next time we meet. May the 12 bless you and keep you. I was kind of her to speaking with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of others' responsibility. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her grace requested. Lest we forget Arenwald and Fordola are in a pledge on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better the chances. Indeed, to their ship then. Moment, do Uldahu ma to teda. A počkaj, ešte keď som v Uldahu. What? To moment, to si dám ale ja, počkaj, tam ja teleport nemám. Na airship. Ja sa ide peši iba. Ale neviem, ktoré to boli dvere. A toto. Toto vpravo, na string strip. Lift attend. Casting strip, ďakujem. Či? Airship plan, ok, sorry. My bad. Everything we've been expecting, but say the word and we shall depart for a plugged add-ons. Puggletanan. Co zabrać do dostanych dungeonów i tutaj w tym Shadowbringer, what the fuck? No, píše 8 minút, aha, však už iba healer chýba, dobre. To bude snad rýchle. Ja sa zatiaľ pokochám, čo mám tu. No, czekam są to replay. No to jeden healer, halo. Čo to je? E-mail. Dobre, ona mi to nabehla. Som tvoria ten mail. V krátkom čase ich obdržíte, jak v krátkom čase pre Boha živého. Že to až v pondelok, ale no respektíve útorok alebo stredu. Dobrý armor ten zlatý. Dobre, dobre. Už idem. Kde máme ináč ten zámok? Tak ja ho dávam solo, oni ho skipujú, čuráci. Ja už ho zabili, okej. Ja som si nevšimol. Gabu! Dobrý kanon, lol. Tak to je pekná fotečka, toto je dobré. Ok, vidím, že sú to proste vežičky. Okay. Náhodou som to vtedy spravil. Oh my gosh. Aha, to tie vežičky dávajú extra, okej. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Level up.
What took you so long? The Amalja are in trouble. Let's split up.
Lemons. easy. To możemy pasnąć, lub ziemię są zabrał takie. Tak nie wiem dalej zrobić. Nicely done. Okej, to znaczy finał. To jest boss? Aha. Ej, hej, co mu tam stało? Lecimy z tyłu. What? Nádherný. To je riadny battlefield toto, no. Przez tego draka nie wiem poprawił. A jeszcze jedno sobie. No byłem sobie na zapach potem, tak. Pięknie, pięknie. Wola czytuje. Mam pytanie z prawa. Aha, okej, to podamy. Tak, to chyba na sobie, no? To mi się tak nie zinteresuje. Dobre, dobre, nie wiem czy się udziało, ale okej. muchas gracias. Hello down. Já jsem se snažil hýbat, bohužel. Zabili. Prostě muselo marknout mě najvíc. Ach, dun, dun, dun. Ten má dobrý kabát. Okej, ty dropy są rajdy z tą. Children of man, the shade of my blood is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I breathe. Never again shall the dragons of Meracida hearken to the leaves of the Asians. This I will.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Okay. Voda. Allah. Pracujeme. Máme 2 hodinky za sebou a máme 5 questov za sebou. Skoro 6. No 5. Skoro 5.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
Niečo normálne mu tam dám ako odpovedník.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause.
Okay, dajte mi
Till
sekundu.
we meet again.
Moment, tento mi bere ako les. Ok, zaskamoval som sám seba, čo už. Piče, ja som to vedel. Nevadí. Nevadí. Okay, till we meet again. Toto bude ináč asi dlhšia cutscéna potom.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Entirely inside the plugged tower. Amalji? Vyzerá, že ich to pohlcuje.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
Len aby boli ešte sami sebou.
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now!
To kurwa jest?
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Well, it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Van Daniel. We have dealt his crimes telling a blow this day. And that alone is a cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will when we receive the word from of Arenvald's return. Sulla nabbi, non stai. Sei return. Under the set. Standing around the hero boring is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the events with Pippin and her grace. Grace silence. But that I could treat the hero well, heroes welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. Her grace, whatever is the matter. As our troops withdrew from, they came upon the two scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us out of Renwald condition, your grace, that wounded scout? Not safe that it is grave. A chirurgos attend him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we will only get underfoot. You, would you mind go after Alfin out? He may need some support. There are some others other than me. From another than me. From some another than me. Tak, někoho jiného jako já. Thank you. The rest of us will see. The relevant people know what took place in Pagham. Neviem to vysloviť proste. Ja som si spomenul, že áno, že ja som proste s Alfinaudom prišiel do Ižigardu vtedy solo. Proste sme boli dvaja. Preto je jeho obľúbenec. Come on, then. Myślę, że to było to. Yeah. Nie, to som mohla zobrať ináč. Bol. No, chodí. Stejný. And everyone come to see the Latins of Rama. Master Demieliot is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master say? Tell me his exact words. But you're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells, the Renwald was afraid that something like This may happen, but now that this has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Annan by Balcelli.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
Life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know, there is nothing more I can do here. Come, let's rejoin the others. Tak a na čo mi dalo toto? Her Grace invites the Science of the Sundown to join her in the Fragment Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
Sekundę. Słuchajcie, o trach som prišiel.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
OK, takže veže tvoria primalov na základe Itru z tých ľudí, alebo z tých, čo tam sú zajatí. OK.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
Yes.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
Nice.
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Prečo všetci sedia, my stojíme? Dobre, nie sú stoličky, ok, nic som nepovedal. Že by som rád dokončil tento, musím dať psovi žrať. Je to posledné 4 questy sú toto. Alright then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we run it to the Rising Stones. Nepomôžeš mu tým, že tu budeš plakať. And that includes you, Alfin. Outer Animal is in good hands here. Of course, he would have let mock me for picking about the infirmary. Let us retire then. That we might regain our strength in readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement, then I shall let Krill know they expect us. A hot bath and hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I will try ask him, and thank you, I shall look forward to do it. Our comrades eagerly waits our return, and Krill in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estin, and believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were awaiting the baldest division woman. If I refuse, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Dobra, ale ideme do psovi žrať, tak jo. Príde. Okay. Wait.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
No rýchlo, lebo som hladný a
Thanks to
brucho na tlači.
Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Chyba na začiatku. Nepamätám si.
Is the question truly so vexing? Perhaps you fear I will chastise you for giving the wrong answer. Or was it so long ago that you simply can't remember?
Presne tak. To bolo na
History shows us
začiatku.
that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light.
Lebo nekomunikovala Hydaelyn, bola to Minfilia vždycky.
To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? some obstacle to communication. While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again. Will you join us?
Jak som to čakal, keď začala vyprávať, bude nás menej. Také oči.
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world.
At least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Nejaká ešte sa tam deje medzi tými dvoma. Hľadaš zbraň, očividne.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord! We have only to wait for them to quicken! Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Prečo je schovaná za múrom? Tajnostkári vyjebaní. Taru. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few months. Not that they ever seem to be anything, but Tancred got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down promos, nobody does it better than us. Well then, a lot more accurately. You thought accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with the Bramble in the near future, but for every fell end, you vanish. There's countless meals to arrange, beats or to fail, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I came in, and gladly mind you, it is the last. It is least I can do to support the science who risk life and limb like poor Arnival. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we will just have to settle this. Settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our hands. It wouldn't do to have him come back to complete symbol. Now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off we go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you will be first to know. Ok, idem sa na večera, teda dáme si posledné tie questy. Post-Shadowbringers. I to są posledné 3 questy. You're looking well. I think you managed to squeeze in some rest if you come hoping for tidings from Krill. I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have somewhat scraps of new to share. Scraps, she says, problems have been popping up all over the place, but this Alliance has a situation well in hand, thanks in no small part of Harry, Boulder, and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldach progress with Amalcha, Gridania has opened a negotiation with the Ixal. I believe it or not. Believe it or not. All of which you obviously very encouraging, but with the Teleporoi still out there, it's not as if we can afford the lower our guard. Combat the Teleporoid in concert with our new allies. The Beast Tribes has also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at the single rock and ambition plan. Given the delicacy of the negotiation, but mayhap the expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I'm told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Science to are present, all of yours will be represented. The Orange match meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically but practically. Praying from the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. With all haste, we look forward to receive you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I know that you and the Shala leader contingent give how long you have worked to end summoning. It is only right that you be present for what promises to be history in a moment. I think we will all play our part in the little indie world, don't you? Že mám s vámi. All present merit clemency, I do quite agree, but by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and allow what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. America will be there, and I would rather not be interrogated. Very well then, while those with the mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Lamigo, shall we? Shall we? Gerbania quarters. Lamigian quarters. Lochs. Lol. Ja to už som skúšal ten lookout, nie? Je to. We have been expecting you while right, okay. Jo, ale nás to je. Aj hadice. O, týchto si pamätám. Aj týchto to byli z ARka, ale toho fialového vysokého ani nie. Ani teba.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would!
Aj teba si pamätám.
Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little crystal like deals, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it?
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern.
Też to wymyśliłem. Chyba nie aż tak prawильно. Pierogi tak składałem. Co działo sobie na szkołę? Co? To naprawdę.
No, to są cała tiež, no.
To za ekranem potrzebujesz iść. Do miasta, Zir? Щось там робила. Так дала. Щось там робила. Вкрачуємо.
But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Jezus, to mamy wybrać meno. Okay.
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
To bude riadne cutscene, tak to bude na vyššie hodiny, tie 3 questy. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledged their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come of the sacrifice that would made and the lives lost. Would be made and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept, but at least now there is a hope. A formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Consider how might we be of service? I seek myself another assistance in my matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphis. I know that you and yours have long kept well weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the office of the Escrown Consortium. Though their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as peace tribes. So it is our hope that we may make use of the self-established line of communication and coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and the Grand Company. If the Sylphis are to perform their task effectively, they will require a council of one versed in oppressive aspect of the armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes, forgive me, Master Elfinaut. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the order's initial conception. One indeed to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call a Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught, build up on a frail foundation of lofty ideals. The order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Yeah, but too much of you. But at all, you may count upon my assistance for what a little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report including a list of recommendations, drawings on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. With my gratitude, Mr. Olfinout, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the office. I have your guidance and their earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day. I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the twilight royal and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there is a number of people that thought I should like to hear. Former braves, you understand. May join me in the seek of them? No? Yoi. Thank you. Someone with this handful. Yours would be a reassuring presence. I will join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task for questioning them. Mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall confidently take her back to the Rising Stones. O, vlastně tam je, lol. Či on to nie. Everything else I dare say. We should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day events. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. So what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I propose is largely written. Not long after the fateful day in Uldak, I paint a detailed account of the organization history from the events that led to its inception to the failing that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as the means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might be later bureaucrat by those seeking to form the similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. Each event viewed from my singular perspective. Permitted to be views, however, it must be coordinated and compass the viewpoint of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me be the crucial question, namely why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members chose to remain with us while others did not? I see you think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties and bind our new grand company together, and that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when the bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes, but the question I would ask are comfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Grian will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. However, certain of my former comrades are questionable characters. So keep your wrist about you and let us reconvene in Geridan later on. If you have no objection, I would mind to begin by speaking with Ariel and Alien. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending in intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out together. To nemám ani odamknuté. Grabany je. Jo, toto je... Jo, tá stena veľká, vysoká. Well, look who it is, and what brings you to here? I wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require assistance from members of Crystal Braves. So, you want to know why we decided to stick with the science? And the easy thing to put into words out. Kde mám malé uško? Špicaté. Israel will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure. Herald you to alert you to the traitors in our midst. Minnesota. Dobre to mám. From my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensured. Not the day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the science, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally ruining the rising stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment hesitation. We would not have blamed you that you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do by trying to repay it? Nothing, that's what. Mama! Tú ponožku tu mám po týždni.
Alebo to som brala s mladým, že som zbiel.
Ale po týždni? The duty of the strong is protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time goes on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and size. This is from Harry Baldwin and Mistress Tataru. We have all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it properly again. Because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting. Which is what being science all about. Man, lost for words. Thank you, my friends, to hear this for me means for them, you know. Forgive me, could you? Well, it's a founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't wake a crew. For every swap who synced up with the good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Our was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Gilbert, the fact that we managed to function it all was thanks in large part of his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reason. Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the braves and the full of them. Not like the science, we might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down we have all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tartarus lifted out all the glory so for they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise diverse range of people, each with their own individual strength, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With the permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. I've been quested for 10 minutes. Jeszcze dwa. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our college's time, and I'm conscious that less life-streaming testimony, so let us make our way to Gridana and hear what the others have learned. Blackshroot, Gridania. A tiež červený bod, lol. Ja si pamätám, že keď som prvýkrát proste vliezol do tohto, keď som bol zmetený. Thanks to the dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former braves without any great difficulties. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. They must warn you off and out. Some of their comments were other. I can well imagine them, but their opinions are no less without my report, I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own add-ons. In the meantime, pray go on ahead the little souls and seek the Foxy. I will join you on. Počkajte, Alice, že tu je Alfina. Okay. Ideme za bílami. Level 17. Welcome, brave one, and friend of brave one. How good it is to see walking once again so soon after the meeting. Presne tak, preboha, že bolo široká. Indeed it is. So the palace was very pretty, the meeting was far too noisy for this one. So many shoutings, one and squabbling. Once and cheering, once with no chance for carefree conversation. Kill this one is pleased all ones can be friends. Armed one can Isena said that walking one once would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abundance many of these ones and these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is pertaining to Heraldry. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the teleportal. These ones will try hard, very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another aggressive silver-haired one, and it's quite a hurry, it seems. Let's say, you must come quickly. Whether the matter of don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. No, a twin adult officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Accosted? Napadli. Charlians has sent an envoy. Who is due to arrive in Grida at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Krilla has managed to sway the forum? We shall know this soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the elder seal. Clearly, I can see why they might want science to be presented, but especially. Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarcely believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Leviel. Okay. Her father, well, now, the fact that a rank member of Rome had joined here would be surprising enough, but him? Right, I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and another one of the others 98 forum members, unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whatever will be right to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose. Elder Felix, your lord told him to cut our visit short. We must return to Gridana. Teraz som si všimol, aké majú nožky iba. Never mind. Later this one keep talking once from more urgent. Go. The audience will be held the Lotus Plant where those the waits even now let us be on our way. Za 10 minút jeden quest a stále ideme. No, zase tam mohol byť teleport, že jo, tak. No, klid. Jeweler. Kúzelník. Welcome, bla bla bla. Teba poznám, tak ďalej. Nevidím ich tu ešte, okay. My friend, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of mouth for child visit took us quite a bit surprise. When the aliens granted Mistress Scarecrow permission to request Charlie on site, we did not anticipate so prompt reply, much less that it would. Sorry. What the nature of the reply may be, we shall soon discover. Oh.
Elder Seedsir, I thank you for granting me this audience.
Ten je z Endwalkeru, jak ona Ištala robí s ním nejaké rozhodnutie.
I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
No.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourself.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals.
To je z úplne prvého, z prvej cutscény celej hry, jak sa obetoval.
Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
To si mohol aj holuba poslať.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision?
Sobalková hovna vnútri.
The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us...
You would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear. I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Yeah.
What?
Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
That's what he came here to say. That we are all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Teleporoi, and as for the rest, like it or not, this was the friend's decision to watch Ephraim for a while years abroad. My father was but the messenger, and as he handed down the judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed a little, for it is not only Master who must be persuaded, but the forums as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crosses the sea. nor it is like to be changed, and so we shall face tomorrow without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intentions of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why do they not simply keep their consoles as they are wont to do? Yo, has arrived it? Then it is as I feared, my efforts were in vain. I pleaded overseas to as many forums members I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word they said on the subject without expectation. I was almost unnerving. Could it be that they're hiding something from us? That they might go some way to explain master that performance? When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? But I don't know, but something tells me they are not unconcerned about as they claim. If the treatment weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I will exhaust every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, reaching Heidelins and Ethereal. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the firm has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Abstract every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintance we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I'm aware that the matter seniors stand of the knife edging for the VTR permission. I can at least start making this necessary arrangement. Excellent. Obliviously keeping the teleporty parade must take precedence, but with luck you will be able to make the journey to Ireland. It may take a while to secure entire entry for you, but I will let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourself in the meantime, won't you? The speculations give me cause to hope yet. If this season will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible to Charlie's hide some secrets from the truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in the change of heart. And so the present we must need confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The firm has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to content with the teleportal. When Whittlers standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What the Australians intend to do if we fail? Последний квест я тут. While Charlie instance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge between us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the firm's response with counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask the Science. Grave tidings, walking once, grave tidings. For myself, the gentle friend, what has occurred? This once who went to see Pedret once sent terrible news of this ring, once have appeared in exile. This ring once and captured once, and even rightful got lit once. Pedret once didn't stand a chance and were sent clapping and squabbling. What did happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late, but luckily the Serenko ones were only passing through and continued to waste. Further ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Quarta. Je to tam naše ona, základna, kde je? My lady, the Ishkarian reported the Teleporoi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Red Harris and are marching at speed. Both the purpose has yet to be determined. The cartels of Floods would seem the most likely destination. Lord Malik has already dispatched his forces and requested our immediate support. Yeah, wait. Well, may happy this mercy that we do not have time to step up on our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartel.
Nechci zmrzlinu? Zmrzlinu.
No dám si, ale vy už ste ju mali.
Lehovi som len dával.
Aj? Ale už som mal ja trošku. This one must see the walking once now prevalent. Van Daniel. Who else? It was only a matter of time before the Grand Monarch showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready at the period Cortenos. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. I don't smile at the letter away. Dobra, ale co muszę dokończyć. Pan teleportnie, bo presja tak. O, to do końca to Fordola. It would seem my Fordola hero was come all the way to Gridania to find us. I explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. I indeed will be over soon if you shut up and come with me. Na muzyku.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them. I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Okay. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphino, it appears to have done him some good. Pinkrat and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communication officer, yeah, Magi and the couple's forces are also bound for Carten also, as we speak. That they mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigia, and we must do the same by saving as many as the tempered kin as possible. We should get going. Vyhradit si čas. 4 hodiny jsem čekal, že to se 3 dám. Zpět na Battlefield. Například Battlegrounds.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times.
There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Defeated the Telophoroi. A jungle of friends that were sweeping across Carteneu. As for the ocean, we have briefly sighted above the battlefield. But has since vanished. He likely intent to watch events unfold from afar. It was far the moments of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when the police and the ambush of our troops, they infested vigil to some unknown reason. Whatever the plan may be, the primals are our primary target. They will not all the sands fall on every time of the lower is also these out. So the little journal then we prepared with the rest of the the primals. I will be right for you, I'll come out from the front. Ela boa. Something's wrong with that. I do not see any primals, something's in here. As the science has spread out across field, Odyssey and Kara take the fight to a telephone. To by nahradzań. Defeat enemy forces. Yeah, Alice. Ooh. All enemy nearby, okay. Takže trojka Ahoj.
Allow me.
To mě ho pošle s tím jardou.
Just the beginning. Nice, done. It seems we are in a moment of despair. Toilet. And then let us take this approach to secure the temple. Could we listen? Jak tam čumí a vznáša sa a nič nerobí čurák jeden. You see that? The cliff, yes. How it should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Thought I can see the currents and I had not thoroughly examined thoughts that flow through the heart of Serena. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flood conceals an eternal confluence like the pillars of the ocean step, but greater in scale, far greater. To myslí hento. The clip that Fan Daniel has conjured reach into its very midst.
And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar chromas destroy them, it would spark the chain reaction with the potential of obliterate the confluence eternally. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting the pace floats the tempest large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far count as a little surprise. We must need to protect the confluence at all costs. If it will and if it confluence, okay. Defend. What? Around the cluster of damage taken.
I shall protect thee.
Okej, dobra. What? Okej, jest to zabrałem, że są proste rano. Co to robi? Restore maksimum MP. Restore 20 MP, building shit, no pick it up. Nice. To vlastně tam išel jeho bat. Guardian will say prepare to look at water with Ravan. Okay. Ja neviem čo robíš. To je tank, alebo čo to je? Let to obligate him. Damage, healing lightning damage with potential boost to target the okay. Damage over time. Restore нажмя около провинского пластинга critical. Jasné, zo začiatku. What the fuck? Neviem, čo sa tam dialo, ale... Dobre, toto je overtime. Nechápem. Ano, but there are so many, no? Super. Dobra, to je Ahojčko. A ja mu mám dať zase toto. Tento mi ináč niečo hovorí, tento boss. Aha, to już worka nie pytka. To mnie na zdjęcia chowały. Wszystko, spoko. Gdzie się zmieniło? No z tego to się pamiętam, to że on chyba na nejakú stranu ukazał. Okej. Tam nie mam zrechał. Super. Repo, to cię za kolasy. What the fuck? Okej, jeszcze ten mój. Kiedy zostaje ma moment just on shoulder. The shoulder without phenomenon is in resolve. Jaký čas mysleli už pol hodiny. To je dlouhý quest. 3 questy robím. 2 hodinky. Jasne, že budem mať najviac hodinu pravdy. To są tylko prawie, może zrobić to sprawę od Hellfire, nice. Zrovna keď som si to aktivoval, čo? To sú proste to, čo bolo v oných tí bossovia. Vyležal to? Vyležal to. Справа. На самом деле это продолжить. Сколько этих крестов? 3, 6, 9 крестов. Робимо 4,5 години. To bola ináč platforma, čo bola na Bahamutoli. Tak si dobre spomínam.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Pozdrahaš.
Garlemald.
Ja just tää immutupes.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Vlastne áno, to bol červený. Červený.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right? To the very end.
Post-Shadowbringer, ban. To ten kładę w dobre wybiorę. Takie, ale poskipują tytułki. I trust you'll enjoy the comfortable fight aboard the pride of the Guardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to the nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. Ďakujeme za našu loďku. You have talked of everything, Lord Emmerich. And may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afford us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lie in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friends has been since last he took his place. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. Family grow weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the developer has been driven from Cartenaus, it is like that the bulk of their forces yet remains. On the evidence of the great company of heroes of first joint military operation, however, I'm confident that we have the potential to meet such threat head on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the developer at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remains, so too will the threat of the lunar promise. And given our expertise in the field of hydrology, we are better qualified to find a solution. Especially should it happen to lie beyond Alliance domination. There is a time and place for formal investigation, of course, but certain secrets are wanted to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to these tasks, nor any upon whom I would rather to really. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have needed of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask farewell, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely with us, as they plainly are total plans. If we can discern the ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy ground system. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, this all but the certain that the Teleporoi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis way be the calamity, the end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alfinald, we need a plan, not a pretense. As Tancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manners of places, at least, not least. Charlans. According to Krill, the forum has been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of Teleporoi, that remains a matter of speculations. But one thing is clear, the forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master, that performance at the Lotus Tanta was enough to convince me of that. The matter breathed on a further investigation. I do hardly come. conquer. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the Matter of the Towers. Brilliance have ever been the wellspring of etymological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lines will be ready. And the both of you, my dear, persuade to join us. Here it is template per the of dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Krill to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve all structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At the present, I have only creeping suspicions, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Meanwhile, in the Greenland capital, Garlin. Kasus si našiel. Prečo to tam má revolverový oný zásobník v tom?
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Teď hodin 9 questů.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Jako všetci mám biele až šedé vlasy a jediné hnedé.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
I don't know.
Everything all right back there?
Its home and dawn, grim orbs shine in gaze cast toward the moonlight sky. Thus does our final curtain rise your steps to the... Super.